This is a horror game, and it's not intended for all audiences. So they have a full content warning list on the website, blacktabbygames.com, if anyone wants that. But is it gonna catch in on this screen or not catch until we actually advance to the main screen? Maybe not. I'll just read it then. There's also a flickering image and parallax effect that can cause motion sickness rarely, but... Oh, okay, there it goes. There it goes. It didn't... I was expecting it to click past this scene if I clicked on the screen to get the focus so the capture would work. Whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings. There are no wrong decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. So that's our intro here. And so like normally I need the volume like way lower than this, so I'm like a little afraid that things are gonna be louder in the rest of the game than the title screen, but we'll see on that. Chapter 1: The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Ominous. Okay, we've got a whole set of things. That is a lot of options. Okay. The end of the world, what are you talking about? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to the world is because she's locked up? And the princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Can't someone else do this? Forget it, I'm not doing this. Consider that maybe I'm okay with the world ending. Do I get some sort of reward? Oh, okay, thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet, I've always wanted to off a monarch. Silently continue or turn around and leave. Yeah, that is that is a lot. Alright. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end. There is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
It all comes back to eggs. Greetings, Forgebot.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
I don't know. It feels like if you're the one that's convinced of this, maybe you should do it, or like multiple people. Greetings, Anarch. Hey there, Calm Knight. Yes, indeed, Anarch. That makes me think of freaking in middle school. I made up these like intricate mazes. But the goal wasn't just like a normal maze, it was like almost, I mean, it was almost video game-esque that you would like collect like items and you were trying to find as many exits as possible. And that was in fact one of the exits. Just turn around and leave now. It's like, alright, well. I mean, doesn't seem like she's leaving the cabin. Uh-oh, we might be entering Sneezeville. Oh god, sneezing is not normal. I never sneeze. Is there another one? So many sneezes. Alright, we'll see you later.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Yes, I definitely know where I'm going. Lie. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm not going to the cabin. Or you could just silently leave. Okay, well, I like most of these options. Okay, fine. I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to the princess. Maybe I'll slay her, maybe I won't. Guess we'll see.
I guess we will. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Hey, TTF.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Alright, we've got the narrator talking to her inner voice now.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
No, that's okay.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I'm here to save you. Lie. I'm here to save you. Why we slay the princess? Because if she leaves the cabin, it will be the end of the world, according to the narrator. I appreciate I'm here to save you and lie, I'm here to save you. Alright, I'm deciding between like hi, and hey, I think I'm here to slay. Well, we have an inner voice, and it's like the hero's inner monologue or whatever. So we are the hero. Hey, I think I'm here to slay you?
You must have the wrong address.
Great job. You've given away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
Well, I mean, I have seen glimpses of other footage in the promotional material. But
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. You were joking about coming to kill me, right? Do you think you could get me out of these chains?
Can we talk while I look at the chains? You know what? Fine. Let's look at the chains.
You're only making this more difficult.
Greetings, Bobby Carnage.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
Greetings, Chrono. Hey there, Zapper.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Going straight for the release plan. Ask if she's got any other ideas. So, like, I'm already thinking about, like, branching paths and, stuff. No, we're basically just started, Chrono. This is the first run. You may, I guess you missed that the narrator says that if the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end. Hello, Peter. But I'm just thinking, like, of the fact that we didn't take the knife to begin with, and we came down here, and then we could go upstairs, get the knife, and come back down, and it's way less threatening to either end, really. So I'm like already thinking about it in a gamified sense. All right, I'm gonna check upstairs. Maybe the key's lying around there, or maybe I can find something else.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Okay.
Is someone else here? You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Sure.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence.
All right.
You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
I mean, it's gonna be harder without a knife, but, you know. Alright.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom?
I wasn't even talking while taking a sip. Why is drinking things so difficult? Yeah. Hey, Mark.
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
But, I mean, so now the question is, like, why didn't she just do that earlier? I mean, maybe she didn't want to lose an arm, you know. Which, you know, pretty fair. Alright.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh.
The cursor changes too.
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Hey, man. Our inner voice feels the same.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do...
So perhaps the narrator may have more power than we give him credit for.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
There is a warner if we scroll down.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart.
The game is entitled to warn the princess.
But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive. The blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
Not immediately striking out with whatever other powers she has to a threat, so that certainly does make me more sympathetic to the princess.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
What nice nails we have, yes.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Yeah, we both know this isn't you is an interesting line. I would agree.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
Greetings, Banana. I mean, you haven't actually missed that much, but yeah.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right?
Greetings, Hiltrum.
Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2. The Damsel.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Music's different too. Greetings, Adarand. So, it is restarting, but it said Chapter 2. But the beginning, for anyone that's just hopping in now, basically the narrator said that we must slay the princess. If she leaves the cabin, it's the end of the world. And we decided not to, but like the narrator was basically forcing us to do so, and hey, Miranda.
You're here to slay her.
Right.
If you
I mean,
don't, it will be the end of the world.
Given that we're looping, I don't necessarily need to give the summary, I guess. I'm getting a triple sense of deja vu. Wait, hasn't this already happened? Okay, well, things are gonna be somewhat different. Okay, no. But I died. You bastard. I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
A terrible sense of deja vu? No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it. Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess.
The narrator can hear us in her voices. Hello, Calmnet.
Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works. We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
Yeah, 4. So, voice the hero, smitten, and either, quote, either just the hero or the player and the narrator. So there's 5 potential hits of the 4 there. Mm-hmm. But they said 4 in a way that was antagonistic towards the narrator, so assumedly hero, voice of the hero, smitten, and player. Or maybe they're counting chat. Yeah, there you go. Maybe they're counting chat as the 4th.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Am I just gonna talk about it? I'm pretty sure this whole thing literally just happened.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are 2 very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. You were the one who did us in, villain. Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price. I beg to differ. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Your only regret is that there's a voice for Smitten and I'm not voicing Smitten.
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme. Convoluted? I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
Let's talk about this
Just
princess.
be quick about it.
Both good questions. Who locked her in the basement? What is this place?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
The people locked her away. Why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are. Oh, I didn't know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Calling us special isn't going to make us friends, even if it did feel nice. Oh, believe me, the last thing I want is for you and I to be friends. But I'm a professional, and I'm not going to let my dislike for you get in the way of helping you save the world.
No one's ever called me special before. You're being cagey. What aren't you telling me?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word.
I mean, you literally just said that you're hiding something. The less you know about her, it implies that you know more about her, and knowing more about her would change my moral compass. Like, well, it's pretty straightforward. She could barely hold a knife. How is she supposed to in the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. Maybe it's her beauty that threatens the world. Sure, it's her beauty. Why not? And before you ask, no, we can't just keep her down there. If you don't slay her, she's going to find a way out. It's unfortunate, I know, but it's just the way it is.
I mean, I was, in fact, wondering about that one too, yes. Looking for a hidden other option.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Alright, well, I'm with them. I'm gonna find a way to save her from the camp.
That's right, you can't stop all of us. We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does. Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call.
I partially tried to leave the first time. I I talked a little bit. I'm like, that doesn't sound great. And then I just like turned around and started walking the other way. The narrator's like, what the hell? No, you can't do that. And I'm like, well, fine, but I'm gonna, I might save her, I might not. We'll see. But there was an option to, continue trying to just leave. So, we got lots of forks. We might have spoons. I mean, we've got knives and forks, so maybe some spoons too. I mean, just leaving is still appealing. But,
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Greetings, Cathartic.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead. The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
For those not following my reaction, the first time it was a completely, dusty, unkempt cabin with, nothing.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
The blade was pristine that time, still. You didn't say, yeah, I was gonna say, isn't there a mirror here? Maybe just approach the mirror, don't even ask about it.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
I mean, we already have a reasonable idea of what we look like given the hand and stuff. And that was kind of hidden.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But there was a mirror a second ago.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Don't want a feather out of place. We asking about it? I guess we'll ask about it.
Very different.
Everything's different.
Is it? I can't say I was paying much attention to the scenery last time around.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Stop letting yourself get distracted. The door to the basement clicks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight.
Softer voice to the narrator this time, too.
but it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
I was like, are they changing that angle? No, they're keeping that angle.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Is there going to be a special smitten option we can choose now?
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice, it's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already. I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
Not actually sure if that's different or not. Like, it feels a little different, but I'm not sure. And there's no bars in the window either, so that's definitely different. But, like, I think this is different. Like the chain was in front or something?
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
Oh, there's the crowded ruffles? Yeah, I'm not sure if that was there.
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
Interesting that the narrator acknowledges it then.
That's right, villain, and you killed us.
Well, she killed us.
That's true, we're also in the basement, but we can see the stars. I mean, it's just, that's just how the cabin's set up.
Only because he made us try and kill her, it was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
I mean, the fact we can go against Smitten is making me more inclined to mix things up. Well, these are all interesting options. Hey, Veloki. Greetings, Mayday. We got you killed me last time and it hurt a lot. I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again? What happened after I died? Did you end the world? Sorry about last time. How about just what happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
Well, But before we started talking... Yeah, I can't say I really love that response. You killed me last time and it hurt a lot.
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we?
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
And, like, given the change and stuff, like, it feels like she's getting more powerful each time we don't slay her. So that, like, even if we wanted to slay her on, I don't know, the third time or something, we might not be able to anymore, sort of thing. It's kind of the vibe I'm feeling. Sure. I'm sorry about what happened last time. Narrator, sent me to kill you, took over my body.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
We were just doing our best.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
Griggs Magia, yes, it is fully out.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's good?
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
So, like, hero voice and narrator voice, we're gonna start agreeing more and more, maybe?
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
I'm not even gonna ask. I'm not even gonna ask.
No.
Rescue the
I
princess.
can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, I would if you had a weapon.
How do I go back? I think there's a back. Oh, here, history. You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try to kill her? Okay.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, there wasn't even a slay option this time.
I would. I'd listen to him if I were you.
He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So even in the close-up, the right arm is bigger than the left arm, which is interesting. Could just be, like, incidental, but could be a subtle detail.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world?
Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his
I kind of feel like she might just say that literally now.
I don't actually know.
Oh, no.
Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
Okay.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I don't know. Sometimes you don't feel like you want it. I mean, the first option seemed like a little overly rude or demanding, but I guess I can choose one. I want you to tell me what you want.
I just want to make you happy.
The music?
She can't just want to make us happy.
It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
And yeah, her eyes got big. You can't base your entire happiness around me. I want you to make me unhappy. This isn't right. Let's just get out of here. But what would make you happy?
I just want to make you happy.
Is she broken? What's going on?
Handsome face.
What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
All right, we're seeing some transformation. But you need your own thing. You just met me. You can't base your entire happiness around me. Let's see, is that... Okay, so that's still the same.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy.
Has hands again. But
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right. I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
I want you to make me unhappy. You have to want something more than just making me happy.
Okay, I'll find something else to want if that makes you happy.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now? Like we're the only ones here?
You don't get the chance to ask another question. Something has taken her away, and it's left something else in her place. Okay. That's definitely not the route I was expecting her unfolding reality to take.
No! She was our perfect match. She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
The narrator is gone. I'll comment on that first.
He is. Does that mean the world ended?
But she didn't leave the cabin. That was the stated situation that would end the world. Hello, Spirit.
The villain vanquished.
We'll avoid the mirror as much as we can, I guess. I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her.
She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing.
I can't believe she was taken away from us.
The nerve. There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should.
Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
I was kind of hoping there'd be an option to sit here and preen for a while. Approach the mirror.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
The voice doesn't want to show what we look like in. Ignore it. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. It's you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. We didn't get a title card for Act 3. That's later in Shadow. It's you as the first name. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
A fragile vessel. I kind of thought it was gonna just, like, literally have the option of slay the princess and nothing else here. Attack the entity. Destroy your body. You know about the worlds beyond this place? Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Do you know the narrator? Let her out of there. The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Sure. What do you mean by solitary lights?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
Fair. I don't know what I am.
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Perhaps. Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Yeah, I don't know about getting, but was probably counting as meta by like my second click in the game. Well, it sounds like they don't know about the worlds beyond this place, but we can ask about it.
I know only that they are.
Yeah. mostly feel like we kind of know the answers to these, but we can still poke at it, I guess. Are you what sent me to slay the princess?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Mm-hmm. Peter. Yeah, that sounds about right. It might have been the third click to change the audio settings. I don't remember how the options menu is set up. I mean, like, these just don't seem like things I want to do. It's pretty obvious they don't know me, but we can still ask about it, I guess.
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
A creature of perception can make you forget if you believe her to be able to.
Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Okay. So, very explicitly complete all the endings to get the true ending, if you will. Bring me more Twitch viewers. That's more perspectives, right? Exactly. How much will I forget?
Everything, until we meet again.
I'll forget everything until we meet again. How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find.
Yeah, okay.
I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
So you don't need all of the endings. Which is probably just good design. Greetings, Nate. Sure. What if I don't let you do this?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
There is a wait option. Like, I'm idly feeling the instinct here to just, like, never question the world ending at all. in any context, whether the princess or the entity. Yeah. Blindly traverse the game, avoiding potentially critical information. Look, it didn't help me to do that in Everhood, but you know, it's a fun instinct to hope that matters. I feel like I'm mostly on board. Yeah, like it's a dance of how, like, I don't have specifically like a broad completionist, like, I mean a significant one, a broad completionist urge or whatever, given, you know, like I eschew achievements and like almost didn't like proudly don't have all of the FTL achievements, for example, but I do like exploring like every little drip of something I'm actually heavily involved with and interested in, and like think the writing's good enough to justify doing so, or the gameplay's good enough to justify doing so. So you know, got some competing thoughts there. So there's like basically there's some hope that it matters that I don't like press anything about the end of the world, but also like I won't really be that disappointed if that's not the case, because like these are just like they're tagged explore options, so like they're primarily meant as chatting things up and like learning more backstory and stuff like that, so they are not really implying that they're like proper decisions that are actually going to impact or matter later necessarily. Do we trust the save load system? Yeah, there's that too. I have not tried to it's probably better that we just keep it blind. Yeah. I think that's probably better at this juncture. And like, I'm not going back as a more interesting choice, but it's not the choice I actually want to do. But that is also a fair point, Nate. As far as trusting the saves and loads. Like, I'm acquainted with what is possible from Ren'Py, which this is programmed in. So, like, even if it was even including stuff that wasn't really meant to be possible in Ren'Py, but you know. Okay, make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Well, everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess. Bring the
You're on a path in
deconstructed
the woods.
damsel to her.
And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
The real Slay the Princess starts here. That's cute. Mhm. Yeah, it's interesting that we got like some inclination of the princess being slightly more than a vessel with that little finishing quip. But for those that missed the first run, this is how it starts off. I assume it's probably going to be the same.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Yeah, okay, so these are original choices. It still says explore next options we've looked at before here. I was wondering if it would stop saying that. Killing a princess seems kind of bad, though, doesn't it?
Does it? In your mind, is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
I mean, I would kind of prefer killing nobody, but, like, it's kind of a fair point. But, like, yeah. That's true. It's like a princess could start a war. It's that. Do I get some sort of reward for doing this?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Yes, apparently. I wasn't actually expecting yes as the answer. Can you tell me what my prize is going to be for doing a good job?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Turn around and leave.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm not going to the cabin.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Maybe everyone should die. It's what they get for dumping me in the woods and asking me to kill someone for them. You're not emotionally blackmailing me into doing this. Greetings, Hive.
When I said everyone, I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death over a single princess. And, last I checked, you're part of everyone too, so if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Oh yeah? Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction, again. In fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who has ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to
And of course, the music's distorted here, too.
Wait, what's going on?
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Chapter 2, The Stranger.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Alright. Finding a good other route to proceed. We'll see how the rest of this route goes when we get back from break here. Yeah, there's not gonna be a smitten this time. Surely. But yeah, thank y'all for tuning in. This has been quite interesting so far. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Right here, we are back. Thanks for your patience. Thank you for the raid, Didrian. Greetings, Sylphane. Welcome to the stream if you're still around. We are, slaying and or not slaying the princess. And it's pretty interesting so far. The cabin is the spired spirit, perhaps. Although, I mean, I guess we're never slaying the cabin. But... and, I mean, the cabin got fancier the second time. Maybe it could get even fancier in some other world.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
You aren't kidding. She actually ended the world last time, didn't she? Those walls weren't here last time? Yep, okay, heading to the cabin now, I'm definitely going to slay that princess. Stay in the woods forever. Oh, yeah, there it is, yeah. Looked a little backgroundy, but yeah, no, there is a wall. So there's also a question, like, we've got at least 2 chapters each time is our baseline. There might be more, there might be a way to make it only 1 also, who knows. But, like, assumedly choices in both kind of matter beyond just flavor. So, like, the easy, the most straightforward thing is to kind of do all the same thing in a given run, right? But, like, there's probably branches that are forking from kind of swerving one way and then the other in the second chapter to keep in mind, too. So this is interesting. If I'm using keyboard, how do I know what's actually selected? Is it just the... No? I don't know if there's actually one selected with it that way. Oh, there it is. Alright, we'll talk about the walls. Walls weren't here last time. But, of course, the narrator doesn't know about last time.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there. It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. It's like a captive audience.
The contrarian is our extra voice this time.
He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day. If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you can pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Yep. Okay, heading to the cabin now, where I'm definitely going to slay the princess, or do we just stay here forever? I mean, we haven't chosen lie option yet. I gotta choose a lie option.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
Okay, so we're missing stay here forever. Then. But that's okay. We kind of are happy to try out an A then B route rather than just an AA route, you know? So stranger plus whatever this is.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected across what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs
All the
wrong
wrong
lengths,
lengths.
its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust. Or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen it? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that, but when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world.
And this music is new too.
And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her.
Oh, ho, ho, ho! You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves?
Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together.
The hero is probably the player character. Yes.
Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay.
Ignore the stressful geometry.
Ow! Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
No option to chuck the blade out a window. Last time we just approached the mirror without asking about it first. Greetings, Isaac. Hey there, 42.
We should look at ourselves. Wouldn't that be fun? You won't be looking at yourself because there isn't a mirror. There's the table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. You insisting it isn't there just makes me want to look at it even more.
I want to see how handsome I am. That expression.
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
Preening count too? I mean, I don't know that much more is to happen from approaching the mirror, but it might be different than last time.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
This really isn't funny.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
But it was there a second ago.
A little bit different on the voice of the hero reactions. Because now they're everything's putting voice of the hero on edge.
Now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
It would make voice of the hero happier if we took the blame. Make voice of the contrarian happier if we didn't. Well, I mean, it's kind of strictly either the visual medium of the game is lying to us or the narrator is lying to us, right? Which, both are possible, I suppose. The narrator's being lied to, perhaps. Yeah, just get into the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odor that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing.
Am I allergic to knives? Maybe. I might be allergic to knives.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
That line again, yeah.
Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you.
Oh, don't be such a baby.
I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon.
But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure.
And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success?
There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
The soft stairs to the right, the center staircase, or the harsh stairs to the left? Such vague and simple options, but still all of them seem a bit uniquely appealing. Going hard left.
You step to the left. The path is cruel against your feet, the impact of each step sending pulsing vibrations up your legs until there's nothing left in them to feel. The air around you grows cold the further you progress. At first a barely noticeable drop, quickly evolving into a numbing cold. Your toes feel like blocks of ice, your breaths puff out in clouds of condensed vapor. You shudder against it as you continue down the stairway, losing yourself in the bone-deep chill. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether.
I remember the stairwell from Dark Souls.
Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
Continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. It would be very quick to get back to this choice if we want to.
Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you just going to stand there?
Yeah, okay, so the chain was hidden under the flowery, but, I mean, this is obviously different than either time, but we've got bars.
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
You know why you're here? You're apparently a threat to the world. I was sent here to slay you. Getting down here was weird. Like, I was pulled apart and pulled back together again. Do you know what happened to me?
What, like you need me to hold your hand and tell you everything's okay? You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here?
Much snarkier.
We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures, and where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? Again? Have you been here before? Should we tell him? Nah, let him stew. Right, I'm telling him. Yeah, we've been here before, but we never went to the cabin. We just turned around and left until... It's hard to describe. Until the only thing we could see was the same cabin going on forever. And then you told us that the world ended and we died. And then we woke up, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with all the rest of it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now.
Different hand pose from the different princesses there. And the crown versus no crown.
Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of it.
There's more of you now. I can't trust anything in here. Leave her in the basement. What's your name?
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really. It doesn't matter. I've been down here for so long. What's the point of a name if there's no one around to use it?
There's more of you now.
And what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
And they, move separately a bit there, too.
I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger. There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
She fractures again.
I don't like where this is going.
Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? I'd always start by retrieving the blade. Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it.
I don't think we're going to be able to put her back.
Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
I guess we'll just keep chatting then. I mean, I could just try to free as is. Oh, that's the same option. What? What kind of trickery is this? Retrieve the blade. It's all okay. Yeah, okay. That's the scam. Let's do the other explore options first. For all I know, you're locked down here for a reason. Do you know why you're down here?
Maybe it's because I'm dangerous. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen, or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it. Don't be coy. We both know why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster, and the second I get out of this place, I'm going to end the entire world.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, this was fun for a bit, but we can't even really interact with her, can we? What's the point of asking questions if all we're going to get is a million answers?
Can't even follow what's going on anymore.
We need to get out of here. This whole place is making me itch.
This is still one option, yeah. If I let you out of here, what are you going to do?
I don't think what I'd do really matters, does it? I just want to live my life.
Clearly we should have got this path first. This would have been the best first one to get. Still a pretty silly second one to get.
I'm a prisoner here, and whether or not you shoved me down here, you're practically my captor at this point. Anything I'd say is tainted by that.
Greetings, Separato. Welcome to the stream.
Besides, you already know what I'm going to do. If you want to put an end to me, then put an end to me.
Not a single real answer.
At least aside from Miss Blood and Destruction,
It's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under? Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse. This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up.
Nope.
You can do this.
No, it's still here for now.
But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Do everything. Oh, that right click brings that up. Okay. Like, there shouldn't be any other way to interact, but, you know.
Wait, that's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to nature.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, there is a key. No, never mind. That's the blade. That's the blade. That's starting with the blade and cutting off the things with that. Okay. See what and like he's like ready to fight in this case. Yeah, because that's you going directly for the slay before the arm thing. Okay. Like previews of other paths. Yeah.
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... We can't...
Over here, feet are goop. But that might be just for this situation. Unclear.
Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now.
The first full run, we tried to save her and the blade just appeared out of nowhere, and the narrator tried to force us to slay her, and we resisted, and then she killed us, like, regrettably, and she was sorry about it. In the second run, we had Smitten as our extra voice. The second part of the first run, I should say. And still were very friendly and let her go and chat for a while. And then as we kept talking to her, she just wanted to make us happy. Well, what do you want? Whatever will make you happy. But there has to be something you want. Well, I'll want something else if it'll make you happy. And then she became two-dimensional, and we went and chatted with the entity for a bit, which is maybe where we're about to head now.
No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all.
Then there's also the mirror.
Falls apart?
It's the crown. Crown's basically the same on each of them, right? I think so. This is that is some fingers. This princess is definitely thinking.
I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others, they just don't fit. They just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
I don't think you're supposed to be fixed. No, you just destroyed everything. Say nothing. I'll do my best. All right. But you'll never know if she hears your reply. She's gone. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Wait, I'm gonna talk to the voices. It did say memory returned. So we've got three layers, at least. The voices remember during run B what happened during run A, but they forgot at the start of a fully fresh play. But now I appear to be the player talking to the voices that does remember what happened in all of the runs. This is the end for you, but it's not for me. It's going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before, and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yeah, don't look at it. I don't like that thing.
Whatever's on the other side's going to be nice. I don't know if we can really talk about that confidently. I'll see you on the other side. It's gonna be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. You're not messing with us, right?
Not specifically. See, now if I, said that threateningly, can the voices take control to some extent and prevent me from looking at the mirror? That's an interesting thought. Greetings, Dig Dug. You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. And let's proceed to the cabin. It's also interesting. You are at the cabin.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
I mean, I guess that probably just looks like there's more hands because there are, because we delivered an amalgamation this time. The background number of hands is probably the same, but I'm not sure. You were noticing it too in shot. What's this finish gonna kill you? Can't I do the same things I've done before? You've been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Thank you, or why? What do you want me to bring you next time? Are you the same thing as before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Reasonable. What does it feel to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
I mean, it's a little weird to have this quested when we hadn't discovered this fact, but apparently I cannot choose identical options every time. Which, you know, was definitely something I was considering. Sure, we'll ask about it, though.
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
I assume they don't know yet. and it'll depend, but what do you want to do when all this is done?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was.
Yep, exactly as I thought.
I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
I don't like this hand very much. Interesting. And there's still, like, these three, options of distinction here. We don't have the weight option. Do you have any thoughts on this puzzle?
These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and walls. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. They will make for a rich and vibrant heart.
Rich and vibrant.
Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but they are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them you are a gate to something more, and you are something more than that, too. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me.
Yeah.
The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Probably just ready to go back, honestly. The kinder to me than anyone I've met just feels weird and not terribly accurate exactly. I don't know. I'm ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Alright, so that counts as the
You're on
stranger.
the path in the woods. You're here.
I mean, I do kind of want to try waiting forever. Well, okay, was there any new option here? Probably not, because, like, this is the reset. Oh, no, that one's completely gone. So we can't go back to, yeah. Yup, fair enough. But there was definitely a kind of implication that you don't need all of them, right? Yeah, she's like the entity said that we need to bring more vessels than we have brought, but not all of them. More than you have found, less than there are to find. Exactly, Soviet Samurai. Welcome in. Forget it. I'm not doing
Are you
this.
serious? No, you have to do it.
Look, I'll go to the cabin, I'll talk to him, and if he's bad as he's saying, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything till I've had the chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
And, yeah, you don't strictly pick your path at the very first decision. Necessarily. Like, there are still ones that'll lead to the same route, but that one specifically was at the start, yeah. So, I mean, like, yes, but no. Is probably how I would simplify that. Our honeyed words.
Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The blade is your implement.
Okay. So, this is our, the hero's hand, is what I would say our cursor is. It's our hand. So kind of a, monstery hand with long, fingernails. Alright, so grab the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
And then there's the hand holding the blade now. There's the cursor.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
So is that because of other options, because we didn't question it more to start, or because we picked up the knife? Probably because we picked up the knife, but could be any combination of
She
those things.
sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hi!
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Coldly beautiful now.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Okay, yeah, you caught me. That's the fun option, but I'm just here to talk.
Then why did you bring a knife with you? How about you drop it, and then we can chat?
She makes a compelling point. What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Look at her. It's not like she's a threat. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
I don't see any reason why we couldn't slay the princess in Iteration 1. Drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Are you coming on to me? Okay, we've talked enough. Yeah, it's pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
Do you know why I'm here to kill you? I've been told things, but I'm not sure what to believe.
Believe me.
And do you think asking me what to believe is going to suddenly make everything crystal clear? Let's not pretend that's going to happen. As far as you're concerned, and as far as they're concerned, I'm going to say whatever I have to get out of here. That's just the dynamic of our situation.
Yeah, I mean, quite fair. How long have you been down here?
Too long.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness.
Okay,
Or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
so we've got some honorific
Again,
ones.
she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
How'd I get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Examine the ships.
Oh, you have to be kidding me. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Yeah, we'll just go with her suggestion. I assume the door is gonna close, but, you know.
I'll be here.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Like, is there any reason to do these parts again? We'll not. See if she says
You
something
make your
different.
way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to.
Yeah, the personality of the princess is different. Either because we brought the knife, which is the most likely, or because it's the third run, or because we didn't do the same amount of questioning if we should slay the princess at the beginning.
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet.
So it definitely feels about the same from here.
She didn't so much as utter a sound. Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Alright, approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You watch me.
So, very similar to the first one, but this will be another save where we bring the knife originally.
Stop that.
Is kind of the
I
assumption.
thought this was a little too easy.
Yeah.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop resisting me! I am trying to get you out of here alive. The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes.
Okay, so even when we switch to this, still not immediately just attacking or anything.
I'll make this quick.
But this personality knows how to use a knife. This will be quick, right?
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And just broadly more knowledgeable and familiar with the situation, it would seem.
And then she slits your throat with an
Yeah.
almost clinical ease.
Yep.
Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
The prisoner.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
So we can try turning around and leaving in the B part now, maybe.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Fair enough. Duly noted, entity. I don't know if we actually did this the first time. I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time. Don't forget what he did to us the last time around.
Skeptic.
I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying. I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
So that's about the same, but yeah, we might have a new dialogue because we've got the skeptic now instead of the smitten.
Those are two very different questions. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or you died last time. The absolute irony. That's one way to put it, I guess.
What did they actually say? Probably only happened because you didn't listen to me, yes.
You really don't remember what happened last time, do you? You practically forced the princess to kill us. That doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd do, which is honestly all the more reason for you to not buy into whatever self-delusions the three of you are crafting.
I don't know if the entity has absorbed the voices or narrating. The surface implication is just that the entity is absorbing the vessels of the princesses. But yeah, there is a like kind of trickling off of things, like as we kind of reach world end, the narrator goes away, and then the voices go away, and then we're in the long quiet.
But this is a thought experiment, so I suppose I'll continue to give you the benefit of the doubt. If I did practically force the princess to kill you, it was probably for a good reason. Did you try and free her? Did you say something really mean to me? Because if I really did what you said I did, you probably deserved it. I'm a professional.
I'm a professional. Did you say something really mean to the narrator?
Sure you are. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died?
Yeah, this is all the
Do you think the
same.
people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything? What a conveniently ambiguous group of things for her to
let me
reveal.
show you around
For all we
town.
know, the princess left the cabin and never saw another soul.
Yep. Greetings, formal. Mhm. The three of you? I assume that's me, but it could be the princess. Please, Formal. I am a queen, not a princess.
Oh, how I wish that were the case, but if the princess weren't a certain, inevitable threat to the world, the four of us wouldn't be here. And yet, here we are. You're talking in circles. No, I'm talking in facts.
Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
The only reason she was even able to kill me last time is because I let her, and all she did was slit my throat.
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you.
Elodie is the queen, Peter. It's not just in your heart.
You haven't given us an ounce of proof. You do know that, right? What proof could you possibly ask for? Literally anything. Fine.
Oh,
Check your pocket.
there's something in our pockets. Wait. Leave your pockets unchecked. Okay, well, hold on. Alright, I feel I need to leave my pockets unchecked. That's too good of an option to not pick.
You decide to leave your pockets unchecked. See? You two are the only ones who care about this little aside.
Yeah, so that's like, I'm the third person pretty clearly from this, right? Like, I made the decision to leave our pockets unchecked. The voices care about the pockets, the player does not, right? Load. Alright, check the pockets.
Put your hands
The
in your
evidence!
pockets and pull out an envelope with the words, "The Evidence," written across the front. Within, you find a note in your handwriting. It reads, "The princess will end the world if you don't stop her. This is an immutable truth." That doesn't prove anything. How do we know you didn't just forge our handwriting? I wish I could tell you more, but there are some rules I have to follow for all our sakes. Please just trust that these rules are in place for a reason. I'm on your side. You mean you're on our side as long as we do what you tell us to?
I mean, that's fair, Peter. There are some endings where Elodie is not a queen. There's a lot of endings to that game. And a lot of middles to that game also.
Exactly. Because you not doing what I tell you to do means you're putting the world at risk. I think we've got everything out of him we're gonna get.
Right.
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
I mean, she did say she didn't remember seeing anybody else before. Mm-hmm. That one seems like a really hard path to get pretty well, I mean, I guess there's an achievement for it, right? So, like, there is, like, that being like, hey, this is a thing that's possible, so you have to, like, work towards it. That is not an easy one to get to, though, that's for sure. I see, hey, this is, again, it'll be similar, but we got Skeptic voice now, so we...
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your... Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us.
Okay, Skeptic doesn't have anything to say about the fact that the narrator's obviously hiding things.
Look. Oh. Of course you're special. Yes, right. We're here because we're special. Look, you're annoyed that you're here. I get it. I'm also annoyed that I'm here. But we're all in this together, and we're dealing with a bit of a ticking clock right now, so please just get to the cabin. Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting.
No.
A warning. But she will lie, she will cheat. Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink. Did you just say wink out loud? No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess. The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement.
Wink. I mean, I guess there's not a lot of reason to not just, like, keep going down the list here. Like, one extra click is not much less of a quick save. I mean, as long as we have a different voice, we might as well be poking at the mirror each time.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall.
What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall.
But there was a mirror a second ago.
And now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Sure.
Very different.
Cabin's different.
Yes, but why? Did he change it? Or did it change all on its own? Maybe it's a different cabin entirely. Now isn't that a novel thought? Maybe you haven't actually been here before. I hope this means you'll finally drop your ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Don't get distracted by minor details.
Into the
I'm
basement.
afraid I'm going to insist we take the blade. We're in a dangerous situation, and I'm not letting us go down there without a weapon. Are you sure? She killed us with it last time. What if she turns it against us again? Yes, I'm sure, and I've already got a plan for
We've
that.
got a plan for that.
Still with those past life delusions, are we? I hope part of that plan is don't give the world ending monstrosity your only weapon, because unless you've decided to arm the princess, I don't think you need to worry about her having a weapon. Peachy, we'll be fine. Okay, I'm trusting you.
Hey, don't I get a say here? What's the big idea?
Normally, yeah, but not about this. Call it a reflex. We take the knife as we go. Wonderful. You do exactly that, sweeping the knife from the table before proceeding to the basement.
Alright, so there is confirmation that the voices can enact their will on the narrative as well.
Don't worry about it. We have a knife, so what? It's not like we have to use it. No, you don't have to do anything, but you do well to use it regardless. Moving on. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
And I like there's the subtle nod to the voice acting that, like, the intonation of the narrator does just very subtly change now that we're describing this kind of ominous dungeon rather than the other two we've seen, right? Like each one's been just done a little bit differently.
Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us? You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap.
And the window's even smaller and still barred. Yep. Although we can still see the starlight. But yeah, if you like the artwork, also check out Scarlet Hollow, visual novel by the same artist, and the art in that is more detailed. This is kind of a game they made on the side while basically to fund that game in a lot of ways.
So much for cutting her out of here. Do you hear yourself right now? Cutting her out of here never should have been on the table. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
I have been wondering about that since the first run, yes. Thank you, Skeptic.
That was there last time too, wasn't it? It was.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Just leave the princess in the basement. Do, do, do. I kind of just want to leave. The door is probably going to close, but I'm curious.
The door locked behind us the last time we tried that, remember? As if by divine will, just as you finish the thought, you hear a door slam. I'm afraid you won't be leaving until the task is finished. Doesn't matter how many chains she's in, without your intervention, she'll find a way out eventually. That's not fair. Unless you deal with her right here, right now, she will remain an existential threat to the entire world. What seems unfair to you is fair for everyone else.
Greetings, Panhandler.
Huh. So it's not even safe to think. I see how it is.
How surprising. They locked you down here too.
So,
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
this is a very convoluted trolley problem, yes.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
Yeah, that's fine.
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
Hey, let me out of here. That other chain on the wall. Who was it for?
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
I mean, I would like to chat first. I mean, I did just save, so let's see if we can chat first. I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers this?
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. It's complicated things how, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion.
Greetings, Y12.
The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency.
Contingency?
A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck. Now hold on, if you knew this could happen, why didn't you believe us back in the woods? Why lay out all those hypotheticals? We didn't have to talk in circles. I needed you to believe this was your first time here, even if that wasn't the truth. I hoped if I pushed back hard enough I could cram this seeping mess back into the bottle.
Alright, well, there's some fair evidence that the narrator is happy to lie. It was assumed, but there it's made explicit.
And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative. That's pathetic. I never said I wasn't. I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that. Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky, so don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright? Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark? The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that.
Success hinges on us having imperfect information, even more explicit than it was before.
I won't. Fine, but you won't get another word from me on the matter. Yeah, sure. We'll see about that. Just give it a rest, this isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
What happened after I died last?
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows? It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
This is dumb, but I kind of want to hear her snarky response to it. Let me out of here, open the door!
You have everything you need to deal with her and save the world. I'm sure the door will open as soon as you finish your incredibly important task. Doesn't sound like we'll be able to talk him into letting us leave. Yeah, not a chance. He's single-minded about this. But don't worry. There are plenty of things that aren't in his control. Oh? For instance? Us. Her. But mostly us. If he didn't have his limits, we wouldn't be here. Not like this.
What would you have me do?
Let me borrow that knife. Don't worry, you'll get it back.
That's ominous.
Yeah, that is ominous.
But she seems confident. Whatever it is she has planned, I think she knows what she's doing.
Oh, please, she's just putting on an act to disarm you. That much should be obvious. In case you need to hear a voice of reason, it would obviously be unwise to give away your only weapon.
Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
So, what should we do?
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons.
Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you. That doesn't sound great. What about the pros? There are none.
The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. And whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
Yeah, yeah. Interesting set of options, though. Can lead into the skeptic. I mean, I'm most interested in exploring the shackles. But I'm interested in all of this. And the other thing I'm interested in is taking a quick break. So we're going to do that. Thank you all for tuning in. Consider dropping a follow if you're new. We'll see you back in about 5 minutes, everybody. right here. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We are back. Yeah, it's like the third biggest game I have installed right now, I think. Fifth, apparently. Fifth, actually. Little over 10 gigs. So maybe Itch has a 10 gig limit? Question mark. My SSD is sufficient, but is not huge, so I can't leave everything installed. And also, like, I don't play that many games that are huge. So this has a lot of, like, uncompressed audio. But the biggest one has a bunch of video. And the second biggest one, I have no idea why is that big. Like, why the hell does Rocket League take up 25 gigs? Like, there's no reason for that. Immortality is the number one at 26 gigs. But it's been good. It's been quite good. Oh, the same artist did... The same team, I should say, is working on Scarlet Hollow 42. That is an episodic horror visual novel. I think Abby Howard might do like a webcomic too. I'm not actually sure on that. But that's the artist's name, I believe. Webcomic artist, yeah, okay. That's what I thought. But yeah, I mean, I haven't interacted with him that much, but for the original Scarlet Hollow, we actually did a sponsored cast for it, and I liked it quite a bit, and they were nice, and they stream sometimes, and I've hung out in there once or twice, and they've been nice and friendly. But yeah, the crowd having a darker outline is funny too. One other way to add emphasis there. Oh, neat. And yeah, I hadn't heard of that. Oh, what's my smallest game? Okay, we gotta check. This is the smallest thing I currently have installed. How many things do I have installed? Lots of things because they're small, right? Is this... It's no longer showing sizes, so that's maybe stuff that isn't installed. Where's the demarcation point here? Ah, here we go. That's gonna be hard to beat. Something less than a meg. Understand is 18.5 megs. That appears to be my smallest currently installed. Crop rotation is not far off though. That's only 30 megs. What we played last stream. How big is Princess Remedy 2? At least I assume that's installed. Oh, I love, the more cooperative reality show approach. That could be cool. A lot of stuff in like Game Changer, the Dropout.tv series, ends up in that realm. Long live the Queens, your smallest currently installed. Nice. Nice. Oh, it's Steam. Yeah, I did not check the itch.io or separate stuff. Like, Cave Story is smaller, right? Yeah. Cave Story randomizer is 7 megs. Biggest Seco Pass, that's 12 megs. Man, the Spirit Engine 2's 200 megs, and that's like from the early 2000s. Little bananas. I mean, not that bananas, except that I mean, maybe it was available on, like, CD purchase and stuff? Because I mostly only knew of it as a download, but... Sout is 8 megs. I mean, Starguard. Starguard's 7 megs. That's not even looking into the itch stuff. And greetings, Bob. This is our 3rd iteration. That's cool, Edog. Oh, I uninstall games somewhat regularly. Anything that's too big, I'll uninstall if I don't have any expectation I might play it sometime vaguely soon, or if I need the space. I haven't actually played Rocket League in several years, but it's big enough I want it installed if I do want to play it with friends, and I haven't needed the space enough to remove it yet, but otherwise, if stuff is really small, I leave it around if there's a chance. I don't know, it's kind of a reminder of like, oh, maybe I want to play this sometime. There's also several things that are in the docket for the next Indie Grab Bag stream, things like that. But as far as the non-Steam stuff, like, that's more annoying to get back, so, like, there's no reason for me to delete Starguard, for example, right? Like, and we played it on, I think, did we end up playing it? I assume we played it on, in the streamathon? Nice, and good, this is a fruitful discussion, then. Okay, back to the game, perhaps, huh? So, did we just save or not? I think so. But, yeah. You did kill me last time.
But sure, let's talk about what happened. Because what happened is exactly my issue. The last time we met, your body tried to kill me. If you take a moment to imagine yourself in my position, I think you'll understand why letting you near me with that thing is untenable. So, be a good bird and hand it over.
Be a good bird.
And if being nice isn't enough motivation, well, I think you're aware that I'm not afraid to resort to violence. If you come near me with that thing, I will strangle you with these chains.
She doesn't beat around the bush, does she? Yes, it's almost like she's a fundamentally bad person who wishes to inflict pain on others. Or it's another bluff.
No hard feelings, of course, but you should be aware of my position.
Oh, is Caro Blaster even smaller than Cave Story? Mhm. Lots of variety here still. You were asking about my intentions earlier. What did you mean by that? Stargard is technically an old Flash game, and I did mention that in the list. It's what I've only... Like, I think it was only made for playing offline, but I believe it's made in Flash. Cat's freaking out. I can't probably help you, kiddo. We gave you some treats during the break. I can give you a little attention. Even if you're not gonna go sit somewhere where you could be on camera. Okay, you were asking about my intentions earlier. What did you mean by that?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, and I don't see any keys in your hands either. So I'm afraid my only way out is another surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
I think that'll be fine.
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading? You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her. Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
I mean, I actually agree with that. I'm gonna inspect the shackle.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. And why is that? Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is? And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it? I don't know. Maybe it will. He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate.
That's the one that's my smallest on Steam, Delvin.
But what if he's telling the truth?
He isn't.
I am.
Inspect the shackle.
Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next.
2 gig limit on itch, gotcha.
What is that supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Is it bad? Yes, it's bad.
Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time.
Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck. And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement.
Excuse me?
Yes? Are we stuck here now?
Become your own jailer.
Yes.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
What are we supposed to do now?
Would you like to leave again, Cat?
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
That's horrible.
It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information.
Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch.
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
Did you know that this was gonna happen to me?
No.
Alright. So we're both stuck here.
Yep.
Not one for small talk, are you?
Nope.
That's rude.
Yeah, that's a fair point on the narrator's phrasing. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next. What should we do? Okay.
You and the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for anything. This is so boring.
There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing.
But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes. And the basement of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent. At least the world is safe. It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything. But she's not ending anything. She's just sitting there. Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
How exactly does that work?
It just
It
does.
just does. I mean, we got nothing else to do here, narrator. You want to fill us in a little bit more?
But
Your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more time.
No.
And after that, even more time passes again.
No, he doesn't.
And let me guess, the cabin remains the same.
if time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work.
I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first, a bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there, but then they get larger and larger.
I didn't accidentally skip anything there, did I? Because I kind of clipped us. Okay. Have you noticed the basement changing? No.
I don't like small talk. Remember?
Still rude. You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin continues to change. The decay comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls.
That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time changed? What happened to starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode.
She hasn't starved.
I guess she hasn't.
Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement. Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass, and pass, and pass. Until suddenly, there are no walls. And then...
I suppose no longer in the cabin then. Hey, Dark Blaster.
And?
I think he's gone.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin. And nothing bad had to happen to either of us.
Nailed it.
So this is the outside world. It's cold.
But you do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory
She's gone.
returns.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
We're gonna give them the crueler answer this time. It's the end for you, but it's not the end for me.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
No, that can't be right. There has to be something more.
I was kind of curious if they would prevent me from approaching the mirror. The mirror always makes them leave. You've withered.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist. What do you think of this vessel?
This one is cold and cynical. She has protected herself when others could not. She will make for a clever heart. Do not mourn her. She doesn't need to be protected any longer.
Do you know what happens to the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me.
So they can see our whole game experience, not just what the vessel has theoretically seen, I suppose.
Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
It's out of nowhere. Attack the entity. Yeah, it continues to be interesting of there's new options each time and you can go through all of them, but there's a lot of ones that just don't they don't really fit what I want to ask. Or some of them have already been kind of partially answered, like the one below this, one of us always hurts the other, doesn't that make you worse? That, it's basically covered with what the entity responded to us last time when we kind of talked about that. Destroy your body is still an option, yes. How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
Yeah, fair. both, like, in game context and outside of game context. I think that's reasonably accurate. Yeah.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
The hero and the princess.
You're on a path in the woods.
Silence is an interesting option. Well, yeah, I mean, that's not the princess. It is an entity absorbing the princess vessels that we are bringing to them. Is kind of the presentation. Oh, our clickable options. I see what you mean. Perhaps. Silent.
You make your way up the short. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The blade is your The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember. Don't let it fool you.
So, a lie. I'm here to say I love, like, this is, it doesn't happen that often, but it happens often enough. I guess I would call it a trope. I love the, option and lie, same option trope. Like, that's, tickles me every time. Yeah, continue down the stairs. We do apparently still have voice of hero regardless.
Good. You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot right.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Oh, we do have to talk. I wanted to examine the chains without talking. I'm a little disappointed we have to actually talk.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have not, Khedgar. No.
You're making a huge mistake.
No, you're doing the right thing.
You walk up to the chains binding the print. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Can I go without looking upstairs? Probably banana, but that is not my goal. I think this time she started gnawing her arm off and then we still had to go upstairs, but
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
Maybe we didn't choose that option before, or maybe it's slightly different now.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Is someone else here?
Don't see a lot of reason to do this again, but I still, like, it kind of... I guess we just won't.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
Okay. So, yeah, this is all the same, and we can still do this. So, like, it's not... I kind of thought this option here might not be here.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound you cut into her.
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
She didn't so much as utter a sound.
No, we won't have any of that. As the princess approaches... Wait, watch me.
What are...
Yeah, so that part is grayed out. So that's where it forks and grays it out. Like, it could have been here, could have been resist, could have been earlier. Doesn't seem to be a lot of other options, but we will look. These are all grayed out too. Were they grayed out like a second ago before I loaded? Have you ever considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Although I was also trying to avoid even commenting on the world ending at all. This one's still available, but we have chosen that option before, so this is interesting. So there's... maybe these are just grayed out because... Did I load the wrong one? Is that why I'm confused? No. That was after... Yeah. Because this, like, feels like a... Does it actually say on this, by the way? It doesn't say if it what chapter it's on. Reasonable 42. Alright, maybe I'm okay with the world ending.
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
So we've chosen most of these before.
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
If you don't tell me why she's dangerous, I'm not going to kill her.
She's not dangerous. She's just a princess. The danger comes if she gets out, which she will unless you do something about it.
Okay. So that's more, like, I mean, still, like, kind of subtle, but more directly implying that the entity is the danger. We can ask about evidence when we don't have skeptic. Well, what happens if she gets out then?
The more specifics you have, the harder it will be for you to do this very important job. She's a princess. People will listen to her, because listening to her is in their nature. And when they do, everything will come crashing down.
I have not, Bob, no.
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
The princess seems kind of bad there, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a
I
monarch?
do love it. Phrasing. But...
While I appreciate the mental exercise, nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking, causality doesn't matter here. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical, unless, of course, you... Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
So this is still the most pacifistic option I've got here. Greetings, Foxy Mayor.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But then each and every one of us. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely...
It's not necessarily, like, strictly contrarian, kind of guy. Like, I think, if the game is named Don't Slay the Princess, there's a certain flipped dynamic that still makes me default to not slaying the princess. But it depends on a lot of things.
You take the blade from the table. The door to the basement creaks open. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. Don't let it fool. Good. You're still
Sounds.
listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
She's so coldly beautiful.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
I don't know if I can silently free her. That seems difficult. But I will try.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
You sure she's not armed? What if she isn't bluffing?
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Yeah, she's got two arms right there.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Are you coming on to me? Do you know why I'm here to kill you? Once again, we don't... I've got as far as I can without being forced to speak. Like, I think you can do no speaking, but does probably only work if you slay.
Do you?
Remain silent. Okay, we can remain silent.
I see. The silent treatment. You know, if you don't share with me, well, I'm not going to share with you.
Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
So we definitely haven't gone this route. And we probably can't do anything more here, but we have that save, and I'm still curious enough that we will try that one more time.
Oh, you have to be kidding me. You walk up to the chains, bind they're large and heavy.
I'm guessing you don't have the key.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
There's definitely an implication that there actually is a key.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away.
Well, you do have that big, sharp knife. You could always cut me out of here.
She speaks with all. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs.
So, assumedly this is still going to be blocked, but we'll check.
Against your better judgment. No, we won't have any of that. As the princess Wait, this isn't fair. Watch me.
Yeah. Okay. I'm curious about these. Let's hear these options. What if she isn't bluffing?
You go into this expecting to die. You're going to die.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
The blade
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
Alright, fine. I suppose we have to choose this option eventually. A relationship? Are you coming on to me?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
Do you know why I'm here to kill you?
Do you?
Alright, is it lie no, or you're apparently gonna end the world? No.
You're lying.
How does she know that?
Don't think that just because I'm the one in chains, it means you have a right to interrogate me.
We've
Oh? Have you decided?
You know why you're here.
poked at that option in one of the other room or runs. Good funny. I'm gonna keep you locked down here at least for a bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do.
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
I made my choice. I'm locking her in the basement.
I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here. It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing.
I mean, she had our help because our decisions have already molded her.
Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
That's a relief. I was afraid I'd already committed to not slaying her. yeah. I mean, this is the option I actually want to pick, but like Edgar says, like, that's too cheeky of a response.
It's never too late to do the right thing. Now hurry. You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle.
Nope. I don't know about charge, princess. Pass. I mean, it looks like I'd already lost, so you know. But sticking to the plan.
It'll be the death of all of us, but fine. Have it your way. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out? It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
Look, it's not my fault. The options are grayed out now. I tried.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
You'll bleed out fast. Okay, so there's maybe a way to get here after the arm is cut off? Or the hand, rather? Yeah, maybe if we just... Well, no, because the door locks in all situations from there, I think. But maybe not, maybe not. I'm just gonna ignore.
Just ignore her. Maybe the banging and wailing will stop if you just don't pay attention to it. You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
I mean, if the door opens that way, the table in front of the door doesn't really do anything.
Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach.
I think we did actually help her get out. Yes, by not killing her. Like, she's a vessel, and our presence and decisions are molding that vessel. So, I would say, given my understanding of the situation, we actually did help her get out. Or, I mean, help is a somewhat loaded term, but like, our actions assisted in her escape.
Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
Duty to uphold the truth.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends.
I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2. The Nightmare.
You're on a path in the woods, and you're here to slay her.
He's going to kill me again.
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh! What if he hears us?
Paranoid. Yeah.
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit! I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
Yeah, I suppose every time we have actually clued the narrator in. But there is the advantage of hearing the different voices talk about that situation each time, too.
Those are two very different... Let's say for a moment you died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We couldn't trust either of you, and as far as I'm concerned, we still can't. All we did was lock her away. And how'd that work out for you? No comment. Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right.
Basically, acknowledging the situation this time.
And your solution is to send us back in there? Do you want us to slay the princess, or do you want the princess to slay us? Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't. Anyways, I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess, and now everyone's right back where they started. Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were plenty of consequences. I'm never going to forget the way she just made us stop working. And that's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or do you think the people there lived happily ever after? If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from us? I want you to succeed. You'll find a way. You're the only one who can.
I mean, we might as well still.
Just be quick about it.
The queen from last time around, she's just a princess. How can you possibly justify saying that? She's clearly something far, far worse.
She is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin, and you'll be fine.
Reading's blade sound. Just being around her in the inn shut down all my organs. What the hell am I supposed to do about that?
Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
What aren't you telling me?
I've told you everything you need to know. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her? Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. He isn't telling us everything he knows because he doesn't trust us, which means that we can't trust him.
Why would knowing more about the entity make our job harder?
Stop talking yourself in neurotic circles and just get to the cabin already.
I have not slain the princess, but...
No, you should do anything but that. We know what's waiting for us in that basement. People locked her in that basement, and I... Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You can't just goad us into doing something by calling us special. It's manipulative. Why are you trying to manipulate us?
I do like the difference between like, oh boy, we're special, and you're manipulating us.
I don't know, I kinda like being special. Okay, fine. Maybe you can goad him into doing something, but he's not even the one who makes the decisions here. I'm not goading you into doing anything. You already know the princess is dangerous. All I'm trying to say is that you have to be the one to deal with her. I know it doesn't seem fair, but that's just the way it is. And for what it's worth, I know you have it in you to finish the job. We don't. You saw what happened to us last time. We need to leave. Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Tyrannically.
You have already committed to my completion.
Right. Noted. But I want to go further astray.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. I don't think lying and cheating is a thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away. It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone. The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time. It's just an empty frame. She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done.
Maybe we could find a key if there's no door.
So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
It's kind of a we got specters at the windows too. Not only are they wide open, but I mean, I guess we'll continue addressing the mirror each time.
You're right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us, I didn't even notice it there. What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
I haven't tried taking the blade first. I think well, no, it says explore and take the blade, so you probably can do it first. I can try that real quick after this.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. We have to look at it. Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
I want to see how handsome I am. This also remains silent. So, what do we think about these? I want to see how handsome I am.
We shouldn't waste time preening. But if he is lying about the mirror, it might be important.
Preening count 3.
I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do? Maybe he's trying to keep us from looking because there's something horribly wrong with us. No, there isn't something horribly wrong with you. You look exactly how you're supposed to look. Now stop second-guessing my every word.
Take the blade.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Like, ultimately, I don't want the blade when I go down, but...
Good. Steel can't lie to us.
But Paranoid might make us take it, regardless.
Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb? The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death. You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Okay.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
No stabby. I guess we might as well talk about this, because I'm gonna load to drop the knife before we go down if I can.
Very different. He changed it, didn't he? It's like he's trying to make us doubt our reality. Calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died, you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Do we want it on the docket that we looked at the mirror again or not? I don't know that it matters particularly, but...
We should have taken the knife again. I don't think she's going to take an olive branch. We need something sharper.
Okay, they just said we should have, but...
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness.
Blink, blink.
More eyes, too. You never mentioned the eyes.
He never mentioned the eyes!
The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why you're being such pessimists now. I'm going to talk to her.
Didn't you hear my warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. Talking won't do you any good.
Something tells me she isn't going to be very keen on talking anyway.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed.
Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is?
No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you.
Also, apparently my comment earlier about making it easily back to those stairs isn't true because they block the options, but I didn't know that at the time.
Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement.
We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again.
Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Go back the way you came. Do nothing is also interesting. Do nothing.
You decide it's best to do nothing.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow.
This is it, isn't it?
No little knife this time. It's almost like you want me to get you.
There has to be a way out of this. Think! Think! What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be...
What did you do?
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt.
I feel obliged to verify real quick that choosing a direction here doesn't matter. Go left.
You turn to the left. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
Matters at least a little bit.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
Not much.
As the princess approaches,
We see eyes on the right.
you turn to the right. A faintly outlined path.
There
Okay.
you are.
I was just making sure
I
that
told you I was going to find you.
the fact that we saw eyes on that, like, it was just background, I think, but like it's possible there was like a path we could have found through it or something, you know. Like, for completion, we'll go ahead and hit go back, but it's gonna be the same thing, almost definitely.
You turn back to the stairs, only to find that they aren't there.
Yeah.
A faintly outlined path.
I mean, I guess I'll click one more time. Yeah, just to make sure.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. 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 Heart, lungs,
Okay, is that a repeat now? Is that because I hear that quick heart?
lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver,
So it repeats like 3 or 4 times.
heart,
Yeah, there's the quick heart again. Okay.
Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. What are you doing?
I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want...
And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again.
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to
Interrupt me some more.
You have seconds left.
Yes, I'm sure.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs.
Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you? Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead, even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
And how are we supposed to do that? We don't have a weapon. The way out of here is nowhere to be seen. That isn't my fault. Doesn't matter whose fault it is because fighting her isn't an option right now. Then you should get looking, shouldn't you?
I'm not doing any of this. I'm not helping you leave. I'm not going to try to kill you. Run. These are interesting. Sure, if you want to work together, can you at least turn off this whole organ shutting down situation?
I am what I am. It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
We don't have to be enemies. We can work together.
Would you look at that? You're suggesting exactly what I want. Somebody's ahead of the curve. I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then... Well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too.
So... to progress for the entity, perhaps we both do need to be alive? Though that limits our remaining options seemingly quite a bit.
I don't think I can move without you, and dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
Do we go our separate ways? What if I refuse to let you out? I still gotta love the I'm not helping, I'm not leaving. Why did he threaten me on the stairs?
I am being nice. You're alive, aren't you? And you died of fright as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option. But it looks like that's not a problem anymore. At least not for me. You seem miserable.
Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver.
If I let you out, what then? Do we go our separate ways?
No, definitely not. If you're what I need to leave this place, chances are you're pretty useful. I think I'll keep you right by my side. A little good luck charm to make sure I stay free. Don't worry, I'll make sure to take good care of you. I promise.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves,
My princess seems to be broken. How's it going, Jim? Thank you for 90 frickin' months.
lungs, liver, nerves, heart, 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 lungs, liver, nerves, heart.
We have tried turning the princess off and on again a few times, I suppose so.
Nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves,
Alright, well, this has been on screen long enough to probably be our thumbnail now.
nerves, heart,
You turned us off and back on again, too, yeah? It's a team effort, perhaps?
liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart,
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, and bladder.
heart, lungs,
Oops.
heart, lungs.
That's just a music song to switch to. It's break time. We're gonna take a quick break. We will take a heart, liver, lungs, bladder break. See you back in about 5 minutes, everybody. Alright, I'm back. I've successfully emptied my bladder, emptied my lungs and heart several times, perhaps emptied my liver slightly, kind of emptied my nerves. Like, stretching is emptying your nerves if you stretch it a little bit. Yes, this is a remix of a cover of Lonely Rolling Star. If we want to be technical. This is DDR Kirby's version of Ivy and Sarashu's version of Lonely Rolling Star from Katamari 1. And we are back. I like the arms on the side pose a little better, but... I mean, I don't think she's gonna give us a choice, but I guess we can hear her thoughts on it. Being around you is agony. I'm not gonna stick around.
Oh, we both know that you don't have a savior, so you should just look on the bright side. I'm not sure what the bright side is for you, but I'm positive you can find it if you look hard enough.
Don't know what that is, but I'll just dive in. I'm mostly happy to get out of here, but I'm still very curious about this option. Like, this is a lie, find you win. Because this option implies that we are not escaping the cabin in any fashion, which is not something we've succeeded in doing. So either this is something kind of different, or it's not going to be a resolution. I'm not doing any of this. I'm not helping you leave, and I'm not going to try and kill you, so do your worst.
You poor deluded thing. Do you think a single moment of bravery changes you into something you're not? I am what I am, and you're always going to be a coward.
Nerves, heart.
She raises a hand to her mask and pulls it down. You don't get the chance to see what lies beneath before it envelops you. Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again, decay and bloom, a million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken. No.
Let me out.
Your existence hurts them.
Let me out.
A lonely soul in a room by itself, weeping. It lives for 80 years and then it's gone. And then it's there again.
Yeah. Paranoid is not doing their mantra anymore. Hi, cat.
Let me out.
A reprieve, a good life, love, children, a steady career, recognition from your peers. Here one moment, gone the next. The worms have found their orifices.
Is she a cat? Maybe.
Let me out.
A little bit of intentional peeking.
Diagnosis. It forgets everything it is. Anger, rage, distance, poverty. The lonely soul is lonely again. Love turns to mockery. It dies. It is reborn. Worse. Lonelier.
Let me out.
No. What's happening to us?
Let me out.
This is all too much.
Cat, no, don't step on foot pedals, please. That's not helping the situation, buddy. Cat just came in. Can you play that again out of curiosity? Probably not.
You can't keep going. Or what are you talking about?
The narrator can't keep going. But he doesn't respond.
Oops, I think I broke you. I'll see you soon. You'll know what to do.
Your body is dead, but you live on. Chapter 3, yeah. Chapter 4, 5, 7. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The moment of clarity.
You're on a path in the... Shit. What the hell was that? Who are we? What are we doing?
So my hypothesis was correct, or at least partially.
There was a princess, I think.
The broken.
It's all so fuzzy. It hurts when I try to remember. I think we were trying to save the world.
We got a team.
You shouldn't know about the princess. At least, not until I... You've already been here, haven't you?
Right up front, narrator's like, you've already been here, huh?
I guess. It feels so long ago, almost like we've never left.
Welcome back, Epicross. Hey there, Rapid Recline.
We have to let her out. No, that's the opposite of what you're here to do. You have to slay her. Slay? We decided not to do that, didn't we? Yeah, we're supposed to let her out.
Opportunist?
It's really the only way this works out for us. If you think about it, she's the one with power here. Nobody else can do much of anything.
No, we were supposed to keep her trapped there forever. I think.
We're supposed to be unfeeling. How many times do I have to tell you to snuff out your heart? We can't be unfeeling. Not when there's so much fear everywhere.
Hunted, separate from paranoid. This is... what, iteration 4? Or is it just 3? I think it's 4. We had Damsel, we had Prisoner. This is an extension of Nightmare. Did we have a, I feel like there was another one that was our second or third run that... because the first one was Damsel. And then I think our... what I think is our third iteration was Prisoner? Stranger was the second one. So yeah, Damsel, Stranger, Prisoner, and now Nightmare Plus.
There's nothing for us to do. We've already tried everything.
We love her, so we have to set her free.
And we've only seen like half of these voices.
Can we love something that hates us? Can we love something that hurts us?
To be given an ounce of kindness from something so cruel would be more pure than any other love.
Why are there so many of us? There aren't supposed to be so many of us.
Cheated. Light, cheat, and steal. We do have someone that's been cheated.
This is bad. You need to get a grip. What did you let happen? How many times have you been here?
I think they're all wrong. All right. What if we don't go to the cabin? Well, we tried that. Feel so disjointed. The only way out is to do nothing, so nothing I will do. That's a good question. How many times have you all been here?
Many, 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 many times.
It feels like we've been here forever. But it also feels like we've barely been here at all.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, we just have to do what she says and then everything will be fine.
It won't.
It will be for us. She said so. You're part of everything. If things aren't fine for everything, they won't be fine for you. There's no difference between fine and not fine. It just goes on and on.
I only remember being here twice before this. What do you mean? Three times before this. But I mean, if you're talking about here, I've never been here. Did someone else make the decisions? Chapter 1 and Chapter 2? Because we haven't ended, so... our memories have not been restored. perhaps. So, probably just chapter 1, chapter 2. Fair. Yeah, I guess. Did someone else make the decisions?
What does here even mean if you really think about it? Shut up! You were here.
Every single time.
You did your best, really. There's just a pecking order.
Pecking order.
And our cruel and beautiful goddess sits atop it, right where she's always belonged.
You're lucky. What I would give to be able to forget. I've tried to keep them numb, but they're all too soft. A shame, really.
If I don't remember what I did, then it couldn't have been me that did it. Now, that's just demonstrably not the case. Memory is so faulty. And I still basically think of memory as sacrosanct, but, like, the reality is that memory is really faulty. It could have been me that did it.
Don't think about that too hard. All it will do is weaken your resolve and make it that much harder for you to slay her.
Maybe you're shattered in your own way.
Also true.
Are you your memories? Or are you the one receiving the present moment?
Well, we're getting more directly existential.
Ugh, here you go philosophizing again. It never goes anywhere.
Yes, this is far from the first time you've asked us about consciousness. Who am I? What am I? What is I?
Who even cares? They're good questions, great questions even, but they don't have any answers. And they all just end in quivering torment. It doesn't matter what we do, because we always find her, and if we don't find her, she always finds us.
Interesting. I mean, arguably our last two runs, she found us rather than us finding her. But that could be an implication that there's a another way to stall. But maybe that's just kind of what would have happened if we did the stay here forever. That might be another way to get here, though, actually, if we had done try to leave and then stand still forever. That might have been another way to get to chapter 3.
And then she smashes us into smaller pieces. If you all just stopped feeling, we could have been done with this ages ago.
And if you'd just gone through the game without caring about them, you wouldn't be here now. You wouldn't feel so bad. Hurts, don't it?
Your thoughts are far too scattered to rein back in. Your only option is to silence them.
Not an exact quote, but approximately. What if we don't go to the camp?
We've tried that. It doesn't work.
Our hearts always brought us back to her.
The deck is stacked. So many paths, and they're all circles.
Do I say that they're all wrong? Sure, they're all wrong.
Of course we're wrong.
She's the only thing that's right.
Yes, obviously they're all wrong. What are you going to do about it?
Sure, can you make sense
There's
of
nothing worth making sense of. They're clearly all traumatized.
And yet, you aren't. We break apart, and you stay the same.
Yeah, what's your secret? Why can you break the rules when we can't?
No comment, narrator? The only way out is to do nothing, so nothing I will do, but I might as well save first.
You do nothing. You can't just do nothing. You have to do something. That's a new one. Huh. Do you think it'll work? No. Nothing ever works. Boo! You're the worst one!
Amazing.
He's not the one who got us into this mess.
At least I keep you breathing around her. See? That's why the sad one's the worst. The jumpy one tried.
Who cares? All of you just yap about nothing.
And that kind of attitude is why you're in the top half.
Opportunist has everyone rated.
Great.
And that's why you're not the top.
I want to see what nothing does for us. And right now, all of you aren't letting nothing happen.
Hopefully this stuffs all the rest of them someplace quiet. You need me, and you need to not have them.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
He'll get you killed by himself.
Oh, all of us have gotten all the rest of the story at once. That's hardly even a concern now. As the little voices bicker amongst themselves, you do your best to stay still in the woods. It is difficult, and the more time you spend waiting, the harder it will be to sharpen your focus when you need it. I wonder what we look like right now. Are we standing? Sitting? I like to think we have an air of dignity.
always spitting.
My point exactly.
Okay, you're not gonna let me do any more sitting. Okay.
You slowly make your way through the umbral forest, bumping against unseen trees as you grasp through the darkness for a way forward. But eventually, you do make it to the cabin. Or rather, you make it to the place a cabin should have been. Instead, all you find is an empty hill. No, this isn't right. There's a cabin there. There's always supposed to be a cabin.
All of us have some control of this reality.
Don't ask him about the mirror.
He always says he never sees it.
He always lies. And he always makes it gone. It's exhausting. We must be such a mess, but we never get the chance to fix ourselves. That thing is mocking us. Stay focused. You still have a job to do, and it's best not to be distracted by fraying thoughts. There is no mirror. You know that as well as I do.
Okay. Pause briefly. Thank you very kindly for the raid, Dama. Hope you all had a lovely stream tonight. Greetings, Burger Hex. Shout out command works? It didn't say anything. Is pop-out chat not working again? There we go. Let's see. Do I already recommend this game to you two? As long as you're not, like, adverse to, like, medium-level horror, I, think, you two would like this game, most likely. It's been very, interesting and fun so far. We, I'm like trying to figure out how I can vaguely say anything. You're a huge wuss about horror? Okay, okay. We are, kind of, in a broken path, which feels like it expected us to find it maybe a little bit later than we did, but that's fine. Yeah, kind of, Stanley Parable-esque visual novel with some medium horror elements. Not like major, but definitely some. Both on the gore and more direct horror side, but psychological thriller perhaps, yeah. Okay, I guess I'm just going to proceed then.
She's still here, buried deep inside the earth.
We've got a lot of voices, way more than we've ever had before. Our internal monologue's going wild at this point. Several of these inner voices we have not heard from until just now, basically.
Just walk up the hill. You always give too much space to the others. It's why you always lose.
And so there's me, there's several voices, and there's the narrator. And all of these entities have some amount of control over what's happening. What's wrong with giving the space? What if it helps them? What if they need to be heard?
They've been heard too much. It's why they are the way they are.
Exactly. They are delusions, and all that catering to them will do is drag you down to their level. You have to keep moving.
Yeah, I'm not surprised you're aligning yourself with cold narrator.
Or you could just give up.
Very heroic. You've been busted a bit, though. It's okay. Approach the mirror.
Walk up the hill, hesitating just beyond the bounds of the cabin. The cabin that isn't there.
You've got to clean the mirror, haven't you? You've got to see what's in it.
Greetings, Elder Day.
Smash it to pieces.
She's on the other side, and we have to let her out. It's the only way we can be free.
It's the only way we can have our thoughts back. Just go around it.
Just go around it.
Just do something. It doesn't matter what.
Exactly. I'm sure that whatever you settle on, it'll be the best possible decision you could have made.
Proceed.
Proceed? Proceed to where? I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more specific.
That's another new one. How do you keep coming up with new things? I hope this works better than nothing.
Look, doing nothing has been relatively fruitful overall, in my opinion.
Of course it'll work. He always makes the best decisions. It's why he gets to make them.
And our hero is directly gendered as he. If it was specifically meant to be the literal player rather than the player character hero, then it would probably be neutral gendered, would be my guess.
And it already has worked. It's gone, don't you see?
We're one step closer to her.
The interior of the cabin is much the same as the exterior of the cabin. A dull, fuzzy, dreamlike nothing. It's empty and isolating, but there's just enough vague shape and unknown texture to suggest the structure they're in. Wrong and unsettling as it may be.
There's certainly several phrases that can be changed by his experiences, and proceed is certainly one. And I am intentionally being vague and not dwelling on it too much, but yeah, that was like certainly what I also thought as soon as I see a proceed period. And that whole experience is like the most like genuinely unnerved I've been with anything from any game I've ever experienced. It was like it I was not really okay after that. But I'm already probably touching on it too much at present. There was also an "It's You" earlier. It's certainly generic enough that both of them could be incidental, but they also could both be intentional reference.
The only object of note is a pristine blade buried in the dirt floor, a hint of its shining edge teasing through the sediment. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. Take it. It's the only way forward.
Take the blade. It's the only way forward. You've already tried everything else. Don't you remember? You have to take the blade. I don't think there is any other way to interact. Can you point out a thing you see? Use your best judgment if you think it's reasonable to point out and not likely to be like overly revealing or anything, then it's probably fine. Grown up. I don't really respect that as an option. You think you see another option? I cannot adjust to this slider. If that's what you're thinking. I've tried that on at least a similar screen. I don't know if I did try it on this one before it was mentioned, but it doesn't do anything here. But I can see why, like, the fact it's showing the scroll bar at the bottom does kind of make it look like you could scroll up. But yeah, I mean, like, there's a few minor scenes you can see in Undertale that do require you to stand still, and even as I did 2 specific playthroughs highlighting all the things that you've never seen in that game, like, I still didn't do those ones. Like, I don't really respect waiting around for a while as a mechanic. Earthbound has that as a necessary mechanic, which is dumb. Dark Souls has that as a mechanic to reach an optional but large area, which is dumb. You have to take the
You
blade.
reach down to take the blade, but as you do, the ground beneath it shifts, the weapon sinking deep into the earth. You lean over the hole and gaze into the abyss. It is so very deep. Deep in the bowels of the earth, you see something staring back at you. It fills you with dread.
So,
It's her. She's watching us. She never stops watching us.
the abyss does appear to be gazing back, yes.
You really are a coward.
With every word she speaks, the princess in the pit blinks closer.
I was joking when I said that way back when. You know that, right?
Way back when.
And closer.
I was having some fun, and I guess I wanted to see if I could melt you.
And closer.
That's a number of hands you have there, Frit.
Watching over me forever? That was so brave.
And closer.
But forever is so long. And time erodes everything. Except for me. I've already taken your will, and you're not getting it back. All that's left is for you to take my will and let me out. It'll be so much fun. You and me, together, exploring the world and spreading fear wherever we go. Well, mostly just me. But you'll get to be there too.
Mostly just me.
A trinket that gets to stay with me all the time. Right by my side. A witness. I can even make you a little cage if you want. Gilded and everything. Now don't pause. Don't try to resist. I've already molded you into what I need. And you lost your powers so long ago. Don't bother working yourself into a frenzy to get it back.
Do something. Do anything that isn't taking her hand. What are we supposed to do? She took our weapon. This really was a lost cause, wasn't it? You sealed our fate when you refused to kill her. Kill or be killed. Yes, I suppose you're right. Oh well. There's no paralysis anymore. Is it because we've already given her what she wants?
Just take her hand and set her free. You're just an object, a tool. You were something else once, a long time ago. But was that something you, or is it just a dull and jaded memory? There is no other ending here. Just take her hand and set her free. We haven't, like, tried exiting to the menu or anything yet. I think, like, I would probably bet in favor of the meta-narrative being contained within the actual scope of the game, but it's certainly possible it's not. Don't pause, don't try to resist. Oh, I can't see controls from here? I didn't actually see this earlier. I probably should have upped the text size a little bit. Nope. It does mean the spacing of the text here is not quite as planned, though. But that's mostly fine. Okay, pause just does that if I press the pause key. Help. Okay, page up rolls back to earlier dialogue if we need that. Like, I'm not that opposed to this because, like, we're still not killing her, which is ultimately my goal, but driving that in enough, we've got to at least poke at it some, you know? Is this a full quit? That's a full quit. Okay. The wind was deafening. It was unclear until we turned the wind off. Where does it come in when we launch the game again? So same intros, and there's still this. I've been thinking about this a few times too. There's no wrong decisions. This is a love story. So seems like we are where we are. Did a little visual effect there. Wait, the other options disappeared now. The blank options disappeared. Is that incidental because of the engine, or does it mean something? You're a big contrarian fan, I see, Elton, too. Like, given that there was a change, I will quit once more, but I don't really expect it to mean anything. But we're already at a weird spot in the game. We may as well be a little bit thorough. have some more wind. But like, it makes reasonable sense for the save states to not save the null options. Although, yeah, you can see them in the thumbnail, which is interesting. But yeah, I think it takes a screenshot of where you're at without any further note of it. Okay, there's no like pressing up past it or anything. As opposed to the other totally normal spots in this game. I mean, this is the weirdest spot in the game so far, I would say. No, she wouldn't yeet us into the hole. She needs us. I mean, she's already, like, described her plans, which involve, approximately a fate worse than death. So...
You extend your hand to hers. For all her past cruelties, the moment feels gentle, tender even. I can't believe you just made me say that. I hate you.
Doesn't, where are our fingernails?
The motion is difficult at first, as if something still resists your efforts. But then that resistance gives way, and it's over.
And that's the end. I wonder what we're going to do next.
I didn't think I'd be so tired.
The princess, exhausted, slumps. So it's giving another option to slay, and we can choose not to. Perhaps.
Why is it so cold?
Or maybe it's still just ending because we have left the cabin, such that it is. Yeah, okay. That's the more normal, but since it was like, chapter 3, it's possible things have changed a little bit. Memory returns, though.
She's gone. Yeah. I can finally think again. Almost. That mirror's back. What does that mean for us? I'm sure it'll be whisked away just like her. Maybe it won't be gone. Things are different now, aren't they? It doesn't seem like there's much else to do here.
Finally, we can smash it.
Oh, you stop with the smashing.
What do we say, boys? One last vain attempt to look at ourselves.
Yeah. I think I'd like that.
Seems we've got a majority. All that's left is to give it a look.
Okay, so we're not chatting with them any further. You step towards the mirror once more. Its secrets remain hidden. Its mysteries remain unsolved. It's such a hard theme to do. But I should have it queued. Although it might mute the VOD, so that would be bad.
Something tells me that this is the end of the line. But I don't feel bad about it. I'm ready.
See, Hero's not afraid of the mirror this time.
It feels okay. The fear's gone. I'm done fighting. My heart feels quiet. The game was always going to end. I'll be free of all of you. I'm ready.
I'm ready to sleep.
I'm just ready to be anywhere that you
Boys, it's been an honor.
Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again, and the mirror always makes them leave. But you need to see what's in it. You've unraveled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there.
So many arms at this point.
Do you know what we'll find out there?
Is that rhetorical? At least there's supposed to be people. If there's anything real out there, do you think we're real? And do you know what's gonna happen when you awaken? When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but some of them are something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? That's a good question. If this is the last stage before your completion, then I'm not going back. I'm just going to stay here. Interesting. Yeah, do you have any thoughts on the voices, friend? Greetings, Genesis.
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does, apparently. He does, but you're going to keep that to yourself. Let's lead it towards the cooperative answers here. You and I are finally going to have answers.
Do not look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves.
I mean, fair point. Do you think we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something, but nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Sure. Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is filled with sadness. A doll, abandoned to the company of her darkest impulses. She desires only companionship, but the only thing she knows is how to hurt. She will make for a tender heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found her way home.
Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
Sure, alright. I guess I can buy that. Describe what we think is out there. I think there's supposed to be people.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
So yeah. Certainly this implies the answer to this is one more vessel.
One. Whatever you bring me next will be enough. And then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular. A final multitude.
I mean, this is not really how I'm feeling, but I am interested in the options, so I guess we're gonna poke at it. If this is the last stage before your completion, then I'm not going back. I'm just gonna stay here.
You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you need more time. I'll wait with you.
I mean, we haven't tried waiting here. We were given the option, we chose not to.
I will see you when you return. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage?
Hand-drawn cage.
You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Alright. Fair. What if you didn't save, though? I guess there's an autosave, right? Yeah, the game closed, if that wasn't clear.
You have returned to me.
Okay, yeah.
Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
Gone mere moments. Does it adjust? Does it adjust? Attempt to outweigh your destiny. Kind of a weird one to load back past, but like... Alright, let's save here. Load that. I'm not going back, I'm just gonna stay here. Wait.
I will see what texture. If you close that, you'll always come.
Alright. Date and time settings. Turn off set time automatically. It's now 2053. No, I'm not trying to restart my computer right now, Windows. I'm setting my clock to 2053 and I'm playing a game. Alright, 2053. Is the play button gonna work? I don't want to hit it again in case it's already launching. What? Why did Streamlabs log out? What the hell? Oh, my clock is broken, so it broke the browser. My connection to Twitch authentication broke because my time is wrong. Amazing. All right, can I launch the game, please? I can't launch the game if my time is wrong? can I launch from a right-click menu instead? The right-click menu doesn't pop up. How about the other right-click menu? The other right-click menu pops up. I'm going to click that play button. So it's also broken Steam in some fashion. Well, I thought it was a good thing to try. They said mere moment. Like, the fact they said, like, specified mere moments. Like, you gotta try that. That's interesting. I mean, at the very least, it'll be a couple minutes this time. Steam won't exist in 2053. No, just why? I just want to change the time, and I want things to not be broken when I do. Apparently, that's too hard for you. I don't. Yeah. Turn that on for half a second. Right, the online save backups is probably a concern, but like Steam just seems to be failing. Like, it is not really responding much at all. It's really just broken. What if I, like, have the same year, but, well, here, change it to be right for a second and see if Steam instantly fixes itself. And I can't even, okay, we got a end task on Steam here. Maybe we set the time forward a little bit before we relaunch Steam. Okay, that's all the Steam stuff closed. Let's set time forward to 12 hours. Sleep well, Banana. Oh, try the direct game link and not through Steam. Yeah, that would probably work. That's a reasonable approach, right? So, yeah, why don't I do that instead? Let me actually close Steam back up, set the time where I actually want, and try it from there. Alright, 2053. Run the EXE directly.
I see you have returned to me. Centuries mean nothing in your life forever. I never left your side.
Alright. That's all I wanted. Centuries mean nothing in the maw of forever. I mean, it was only 50 years because that was the max that Windows would let me set, but I like extrapolating that to centuries. Let's... Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell in a place that time doesn't really exist, so I mean... It's excellent. Excellent. Alright, do I set that back? I probably set it back. Do I launch it normally because it might screw up my ability to save otherwise? And we drop a nice little save of that for posterity. Yeah, it's 0.5 centuries, exactly. Okay, well now I'm wondering, what if time went backwards? Would it still be mere moments, or would there be a catch for that too? Yeah, well at this point we've got to try it, right? Let's see. Okay, so first I'm just going to quickly quit and relaunch from the game as is. We'll just do that straightforward. And that actually breaks and goes back to here. Okay. Well, okay. No, I need to. Okay, I need to go back. Load the save again. Yeah. Can't exit prematurely there. Okay. So. I'm just gonna sit here. Wait.
I will see you. What textures will, if you close that, you'll always come back.
Let's come back. Okay. Oh, it doesn't actually let me set it before 2023. But I can set the month earlier. Okay, let's do that.
You have returned to me.
Okay.
Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
That seemed the most likely, that they didn't have a catch for negative time. It's probably if less than 5 minutes. Like, I don't, there's probably at least 4 tiers, right? Like, there's moments, there's like a couple of minutes, there's a couple of days, there's centuries. Okay. I probably want to set things back now. Do we want to look at other... I mean, we're already doing this. Like, we're already here. What if it's 12 hours? Like, once we're already here, it's not... Oh, except that I needed to relaunch first. Dang it. It is more effort than I'm giving it credit for. Because we've got to reload and then exit and then... Okay. Okay, so we gotta set the time first. Back to normal time. Back to AM. Okay, launch the game. Well, the game closes, why wouldn't do, once we're at that spot, and I need to, like, get to that spot to trigger the event, and the game needs to be relaunched from that spot. So I don't think there's really much room to, like, keep it open as such.
You've already... I will see what textures will, if you close. You'll always...
Is kinda where I'm thinking on that. Alright, do we want to try... Let's try, like, a month. 1 month. We don't need to find all of them, but, like, while we've got this going, we might as well do at least one more and see what we got.
I see you have returned to me.
Yeah.
Weeks mean nothing in the Maw of Forever. I never left your side.
So we probably got mere moments... minutes. Oh, do we have Like minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years, centuries? That would be my guess. I think we've seen enough that we don't necessarily need to see more, but... okay, let me set it back so I can get the Steam set right, so the save will be right and all of that. Okay. But I'm glad we explored that. The centuries be nothing in the maw forever. I was happy about that. Okay. Glad we did it. I feel like the last time I set my clock for something, it did not horribly break Steam, though. Steam was so confused. Okay. This is a love story, by the way. Centuries mean nothing in the maw forever. If this is the last time, is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
Yo, that's about what I expected. Alright, attack the entity! No, I mean, I like the route we're going, huh?
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Bring the moment of clarity to her.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.